Can we start? Yes. So I welcome everybody. I said good morning. It's nice to see you again. And today we're having our last meeting. I think this is an important and valid project which allowed us to learn good practices in the agricultural sector in Europe. And also, I think that this is a good opportunity to greet everybody from the Secretary General for Italy of Italian Agricultural Federation, Cosimo Gnacci, who watched this whole project, and as we are main representatives of this project. And it is also important that our website also shows on the homepage a video which shows our road, which we have come. And I hope that we all feel well and felt well in this project, and that you felt that you were able to learn good practices in agriculture in Italy and in other countries which participated in our project. Later, I will also talk about something else, about other things. I don't want to start it now, but to save time, I just want to briefly show you the Italian legislature as regards the relationships between employees and employers, which are companies. And these are sources of law, which are legal basis, which determine labor relationships. And I think it is common for all countries. And as far as Italy is concerned, just to give me a second, I need to connect. The first source of law is Italian Constitution, the Constitution of the Italian Republic. The second source is the status of an employee, which is listed in the Act of 1970, Act number 300. Then we have collective agreements at the level of a national level of the whole country, which govern relationships between employees and employers. And then we have also other documents, other legal documents, which are bylaws, regulations, and so on. And trade unions are mostly interested in collective agreements because their trade unions at various levels sign agreements, contracts with employers. And our agreements at the national level are divided to intra-confederations, which concern most employees, regardless of the production sectors. Then we have contracts or agreements at a national level, which are called contratti nazionali di lavoro, which are national collective agreements, labor agreements. They cover the whole territory of our country. And then there are company collective agreements, which concern just one company. And our legislator, our law requires from large and medium-sized companies to have these agreements at the company's level. And as regards the agricultural sector, I think it's not the right moment to dwell in details and to stay with this. And we will do it later on. And here I would only like to outline. I don't know why. Someone is asking me about camera. Should I approve it? Yes, your camera, Rosario, your camera is on, so I can see you. Someone else would like to control my camera? No, sorry for this. So I was talking about that it was right to start with the whole picture of relationships, of labor relationships, from the legal side, the legal relationships between employers and employees, so that in my second speech we can save some time and then discuss more details concerning Italian agriculture. And of course, our Italian agriculture is, we can say, a bit more advanced than in other countries or in other realities. But I think that this situation is mostly related to the fact that the Italian agriculture is divided. It's extremely divided. It consists of small, very small entrepreneurs and large agricultural companies, companies which cover small manufacturing. This is the specificity of this market. And I will talk about it later on. But I think that it is clear what I have said so far. Sorry if something was too fast or difficult to understand. And I wish you very good day and very good discussions. And I think that we all will benefit from this common experience. And we in Italy, we have already used it, and we have prepared this short movie, which is very simple, very clear, and you can see it on our website. And as I have already said, we are a union organization present in the whole territory of Italy, and I could say, we permit the whole agricultural sector in the whole country. Thank you very much, and I will talk also later on. I will have another presentation, but all other presentations will be a source of inspiration for me, and I will listen to them, and hopefully will be able to make use of them.
Okay, dobar dan svima. Pretpostavljam da će prevoditeljima neće biti problema koja...
Hello, welcome everyone. I assume this won't be a problem if I speak in Croatian. My presentation is in English, but I think it will be easier for me to speak in Croatian. Good morning, everyone. You probably know my name is Darko Šeperić. And in the past year and a half, I participated in the project as an expert, the main expert, main investigator. Towards the end of last year, I prepared the whole methodology. I did research in all countries that participated in the project. And then I read all your national reports, and I participated in the preparation of the results. This is what I will speak about today. I hope that we will have a rich discussion. I hope to hear your opinions on what we have done together, what we have managed to achieve within the project, as part of the project. And hopefully we'll also discuss the situation in agriculture in general when it comes to social dialogue and workers' participation. And to start with, I will say a couple of words about today's agenda. As usual, during our international meetings, we plan to work till 2 p.m. There's a 30-minute break between 11:30 and noon. In the first part, I will speak a little more, and I will try to present to you a summary of the results of our achievements in the project, what we've discovered in our research, and how we've used it. Later on, as you have already heard, my colleague Giuseppe will speak about the experiences of Italian agriculture as far as social dialogue is concerned and the whole industry is concerned, and we'll try to get from that some pieces of advice for all of us in our countries. And this will be followed by a discussion on the present state of play in agriculture and also the future of social dialogue in agriculture. I hope that you will share your opinions, views, ideas, your thoughts on how it looks like in your countries. Then we'll have a second part and a second discussion. The second discussion will concern the role of workers in shaping an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable environment, workers' environment. We'll talk about policies that concern climate change, and we will try to focus on the role, our role in withholding and stopping these climate change processes. We'll talk about what the EU wants, what our governments want. We'll talk about including workers in the whole process. We'll talk about everything that we can do as social partners in this process. We'll talk about the green transition and the Green Deal. It's already underway, so we can't avoid it. We want to make it a socially just process so that the workers of today, especially those that are most vulnerable, that can actually suffer from the whole transition, from the procedures, we'll talk about how to protect them so that the changes don't affect them in a negative way. And to end with, I would like us to talk about the entire project, the project as a whole. So what we have been doing for the past year and a half, close to 2 years actually. And when it comes to our activities or project results, we'll talk a little bit about what was good, what we've learned, and what conclusions we can draw. I think this is very important, especially that towards the end of the project, I have to prepare a special evaluation of your activities within the project and your results. So I would really like to hear your opinions, your feedback about the whole experience. Very well, then, let me start with the first topic for today. I just need 1 second to share my screen. Okay, everything looks good, and I think it's all working fine. As I've mentioned at the beginning, I will say a few words about workers' participation in agriculture, what we've discovered thanks to our project, and how we tried to use it, how we are trying to use it for the future, in the future. Let me remind you the project objectives, and these were the following: enhancing workers' participation in agricultural sector through the analysis of the current state of play, identifying challenges and ideas for overcoming them, and also promoting good practices. What is more, as part of the project, we also wanted to incite workers, to encourage them to join in the decision-making process, especially when the decisions are connected with new challenges. When we started the project, one of the challenges was the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, this problem is not as topical, but the crisis is still an impulse to us, and a very good one, an impulse that allows us to think more about workers' participation in decision-making processes. And today, an important issue to us is, of course, the introduction of the European Green Deal and the whole green transformation that is to happen by 2050, so that the EU and Europe becomes a climate neutral continent. And then the third objective, the third part of our project was connected with the implementation of EU legislation when it comes to information and consultation of workers. There are many directives connected to that issue. First of all, there's the framework directive on information and consultation, and this is the basis legislation that guarantees that employees in all companies it guarantees them the right to consultation and information regarding various issues. For some countries, this is not the threshold of 50%, but lower. For instance, this is the case in Croatia and in some other countries. This is already applied in companies and enterprises that have 20 workers. There's a question about the implementation of the directive in various other countries, and here their experiences are different. Some countries have a longer tradition when it comes to workers' participation, and some do not. So still the EU is facing this issue, the issue that concerns the implementation of this legislation in all member states and the level of implementation as far as this is concerned. Then let's move on to project activities. We started with research. We developed a special methodology. We've discussed it at length. And on the basis of this methodology, we did research in all participating countries. And then we received national reports. And I think that they were of very good quality. They were very well prepared, and they are of extreme importance to us, as in these matters we haven't yet conducted many studies, a lot of research, so the literature is scarce. I think that our national reports, all the materials we've prepared, I think they are very successful in describing the current state of play and in pushing the whole matter forward, especially when it comes to our sector of agriculture. And on the basis of these reports, we've prepared a special practice manual and an e-learning platform. This is already available online. I won't present to you the whole manual today, but I will refer to what's there, to its contents. And this is, of course, the result of your national reports. The third part of our activities were dissemination activities, so discussions, the discussions on the materials we created as part of the project. We organized roundtables, webinars, workshops. These were organized at different levels, both national levels, the international level and national levels. Now we're in the process of creating a podcast and various other materials. I'd like us to use everything that we've discovered in the whole process. When it comes to the process itself, let me remind you the objectives, the aims of the research. we wanted to check the state of play of workers' participation in agriculture in all countries that participated in the project, and also to get some examples of good practices. The second aim was the identification of key challenges in implementing the European and the European legal framework in agriculture. Then we wanted to assess the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on workers' participation in agriculture sector. And finally, our aim was to identify key areas and examples that could show us how workers' participation can support the implementation of the European Green Deal. The Green Deal and the socially fair transition that is connected with it. We had three hypotheses, and they were confirmed in our research. The first hypothesis concerned the workers' participation in agricultural sector that in most countries is below satisfactory level. We assume there is a significant number of companies that have not set up information and consultation procedures, or the mechanisms are there, but they are not properly functioning in practice. We'll later discuss the reasons for this situation. The second hypothesis was the opportunities for workers as far as dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic were not used properly. The possibilities that lied in workers' participation were not used by the enterprises, the companies. And the third hypothesis concerned workers and employers in agriculture. We assumed that they do not know all policies that form the European Green Deal, and that they are not aware of how certain issues related to climate policies should be the subject of consultation and information procedures. This is something that we'll discuss after the break today. And now a couple of words about workers' participation in agriculture and what was identified on national levels. We knew that the whole structure of the sector is a bit problematic as far as participation goes, because in most countries, the farms are small and family-owned. Of course, there are larger corporations, larger companies, even multinational companies, but most of the workers work on small family-owned farms. They are very often family members or the owners themselves, and that's why we can't expect to have a high level of unification, just like in other companies, big enterprises, etc. Another important issue is the high share of precarious forms of employment. There's seasonal work, informal work, and in some countries, the workers are foreign workers. This is evident mainly in Italy and Spain, but this is also something that we can expect to happen in other member states of the EU. As I've already mentioned, there's a low unionization rate. For instance, in Slovenia, we see that it's 1/10 of the national average when it comes to trade union organizations. And in agriculture, there is a lot of challenges connected with the economic situation, the demographics, that in many countries, it was noticed that the family farms owners are getting older and the younger generations are not really interested in continuing work on such farms. And another thing that we've discovered in our research was connected to the challenges that very often influence participation, workers' participation in a negative way. And so we need to tackle those challenges. And very often we're dealing with the current issues, and it's hard to focus on workers' participation. And when it comes to the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic, we of course noticed that agriculture suffered a lot during this period, and agriculture couldn't really stop working when lockdown came in 2020. And at the same time, it's a labor-intensive activity, and during work or after work, agriculturists couldn't respect the whole social distancing, all of the social distancing rules, because they work together.
The effect of pandemics on the participation of employees was varied and various kinds. In some countries, it was negative. For instance, in Spain, people worked less on including employees and their participation. And in other countries, it led to more intensive communication, more intensive processes of consulting and informing employees, because some employers observed that these mechanisms can be good and appropriate. So we have noticed both the positive and negative effects in Poland and in Romania. And now I would like to tell more about our research and specific results for individual countries. So this research showed that procedures of information and consultation in agriculture are less common than in other industries, and this is because of seasonality of work, very short-term agreements, and the fact that the employees do not know their rights and, for instance, the right to be informed and consulted. So the employer and employees must make efforts to exercise their rights, because if the employees do not require these rights, they do not have them. And we have noticed that in Spain, the percentage of companies that introduced information and consulting, it was 50%, and the main topic is employment or recruitment. And here we also have noticed, we have observed that these procedures of information and consultation lead to collective agreements and arguments which are not time limited are replaced by limited time agreements, and the effects of Spain on employees' participation was negative, and we must tell about the specific situation that consulting and information are processes which are closely related to negotiations, and this is more expressed than in other countries. The next country is Italy, and here we have found that the processes of information and consulting in agriculture are not standardized, and that there are various methods of employees' participation, that it is less formal, and it confirms what we have said about the structure of this sector. In Italy, employees are represented largely by trade unions, and as we can see in some countries, this is common that employees elect special bodies like employees' councils, like in Croatia or Austria, and these bodies are not related to trade unions. But in Italy, trade unions represent employees, and these processes are carried out by trade unions. And here, as regards consulting and information, we can talk about job security or health and safety. And as regards the effect of pandemics, we have not observed much of effect on the employees and their participation. The next country is Poland, and here our research showed that the main reason of low employees' participation is negative attitude of management of employers with regards the involvement of workers in decision making. And it is also a common practice that if we have these procedures, it is only after making decision. So the employees have no effect on the decisions of employers, and I think that it's not a good practice. And we have also observed that in Poland, employers quite often do not give enough information to the employees, or they give this information in too complex form. So it is difficult to understand for them. And also the seasonality of work is another problem. There is also a high turnover of employees. The employees do not identify with the company, and they have no motivation to be involved in these processes, to be committed. And like the next country is Romania. And we have observed that the large and medium-sized companies have introduced this participation, but it is also less frequent than in other sectors. The low level of unionization. There are many short-term agreements or limited-term agreements, and we have many foreign employees. And as regards of pandemic, we have found both pandemic and negative effects. As regards the social distance, this slowed down this process, the meetings, but on the other hand, IT technologies have been introduced for meetings. And many people who participated in this research stated that participation was important, and it was also important to observe health and safety rules. And this is also a very important area in agriculture. And what is also interesting in Romania, we have found out that employees started being aware of their rights during the pandemic, and there were more applications, more requests for active participation of employees and consultation and information. We have received similar results in Slovenia. Slovenia has generally good workers' participation, but the situation in agriculture is worse than in other sectors, and this is related to the structure of employment. We have a small number of larger companies, and we have also observed a problem that informing and consulting of workers is not as it should be. And a few words about Serbia and North Macedonia. These are not EU countries, but they are negotiating their accessions, and someday they will be EU members. And we do not have any legal framework for consulting and information because both countries have not implemented the directive to their national legislations. In Macedonia, we have observed that there are no changes concerning workers' participation in their code of labor, and in Serbia it is very weakly defined, but it's difficult to use to exercise these regulations because the employees' rights are not clearly defined. So the situation is worse than in other countries, but of course, there are some practices, and it's not the case that the employees are excluded in this situation. In this situation, the role of trade unions is different, and it's not as good as in other countries. Now, I will present some general comments concerning the workers' participation in practice, how it should and how it shouldn't work. Based on our research, we have found that this participation can be more or less formal. It can be carried out either directly or indirectly through trade unions or employees' councils, or it can be a direct participation, but in all cases, it must be exchange of information and opinions on decisions made by the company. So it all must be well prepared, and it must be a dialogue. And the bigger the company, the more important the formalization of the procedures is. And in the smaller companies, it can be more informal and more direct. People can talk directly to employees. Of course, there must be goodwill from both sides, and as we observed in a few countries, time is needed, responsibility, development of corporate culture, where we have dialogue, and dialogue must be nourished. And I have clearly said that participation, it's not just a temporary instrument which is used, it's not just a scene, a stage where the employer talks to the employees. The employees' participation is also not a threat to the employers or employees. It cannot be used to to weaken the trade unions, but if we have clear legal framework which defines the role of trade unions and employees' participation, consulting, and information, then we can say that this employees' participation will be used properly and will not be used improperly. I have told about formal and informal aspects, which means that these processes can be carried out by trade unions or by other organizations like employees' councils or workers' councils. And these countries which previously have implemented these directives, they have these institutions, they continue. The countries which did not have this legislation, they have a kind of a mixed approach. So sometimes there are trade unions and sometimes there are other representative bodies. And what is particularly valid for large companies, these are clear rules of play. It should be clear how employees' representatives are selected. Also, the topics which should be consulted with employees and which should be also well defined, and the time frame work also should be defined, and the form. And what is also important, these are the possibilities of the workers' representatives so that they can perform their job properly. And the representatives need some time possibilities, and some physical conditions must be satisfied. They must have access to a computer, a telephone, and they need ongoing contact with the employees. They should have access to various parts of the company so that they can talk to people, to employees, to learn about their problems and what is important for them. And here I'll only repeat once again the differences between our terms. So we have information, consulting, and participation in decision-making. Information means that the employers has a duty to inform employees about some issues, for instance, about the current and future situation of the company's plans and so on. The second part is consultation or advising. This means that the employer needs to inform workers on the one hand, but also they must gather their opinions, ask for their opinions. So this concerns the labor terms or conditions and other conditions which can influence labor conditions and work organization. And what is not mentioned or what is not included in the directive, but it exists in some countries which have this tradition. For instance, in Croatia, we have this law. We have a smaller number of decisions which cannot be made without consent of workers' representative. For instance, in Croatia, in these situations, if the employees do not agree, the court must give their consent. There are very specific issues related, for instance, the protected workers and their categories. How can their agreements be terminated? For instance, pregnant women and so on. Very specific issues. And some critical issues, or critical questions, which are very important, which we have seen in our research. So we have observed that it is very important that we have the time limits, some information, and especially consulting, it must be performed before making a decision. And the representatives of employees must have sufficient time to learn about potential social effects so that they can make up their minds, so that they have real opportunity to influence these decisions. Because if it is all at the last moment, at a short notice, in an extreme case, when the decision has already been made, it doesn't make sense. And another important issue is the quality of information. We have seen it. It is very important that this information is complete and that it is presented in an understandable way. And here we have an example of a of an ill practice. Large, a few hundred pages financial reports, which cannot be read and understood by the representatives. The next issue is confidentiality. Of course, some information is related to business of the company. Some is sensitive and confidential, and the employer does not want the competition to get this information, but it should not be an excuse to not to satisfy the employees' rights to be consulted and informed. Sometimes, for objective reasons, the employers can expect some NDAs from workers because it can be sensitive, but it can be also easily abused if the employer says that all information is confidential, which is not possible. In some legislations, national legislation, it is solved better. In some, it is solved worse. But based on our establishments in the project, we have established that it should be agreement between the employer and the employee about what is confidential and how to treat this confidential information. And the next critical issue are resources. And I have already mentioned this is very important because the employees' representatives sometimes forget that they have the right to expect some resources for the work, which is granted by the directive and quite often by national legislation. Otherwise, they cannot work and perform all their tasks in a proper way. And another important issue as regards our work and research, through discussions with many representatives of employees, employers, trade unions during our research, I have tried how many people took part in this, and we had a few hundreds of people participating in our research, and we have a number of recommendations how to improve the participation of workers in the agricultural sector. In our internet platform, we also have placed some action plans for each country. So each country have their recommendations for individual countries. Now I would like to discuss it all together. So, of course, we have the many recommendations how to improve legislation and the legal framework, so that we should enhance or extend the number of questions or situations where the employer should consult or inform employees. There was also a recommendation that the law should include a more clear, more transparent right to be informed, right of access to information, and also it should include the confidentiality. And we need to have a stronger protection against of employees against discrimination or potential termination of their labor contracts. And also some unfortunately we have some technical problems on channel 2. We cannot interpret. He did not hear it. So these recommendations that the legislation should include some impulses or incentives for employers who work towards employees' participation.
There were other recommendations, and they concerned incentives and ways to incentivize social dialogue between various partners, because, well, agriculture is a very characteristic sector of the economy, and we need to adapt. Unfortunately, we cannot provide interpretation as there is Spanish on the channel. It's hard to expect that the EU and the agriculture sector There was also a recommendation concerning the number of workers participating in these processes, the increasing of the number, and this could be achieved through various campaigns, awareness campaigns, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's okay. I'm sorry. Please try to not open the microphones, please.
Okay. Dakle, kampanje informiranja radnika o njihovim pravima.
So, information campaigns, we want the workers to know their rights, as we see that a large number of workers simply isn't aware of their rights. What else? What next? We have received a recommendation that says that we should increase also the awareness on the part of employers and their organizations. And we need to point to the fact that workers' participation brings benefits for the workers and the employers as well. This can create a better working environment. It can help solve crises. Then there's the promotion of social dialogue, documenting and promoting concrete cases of good practices, and finally increasing awareness among social partners, awareness of the impact of climate change policies and the European Green Deal on agriculture, so that the employers themselves can give their feedback, can give their opinions on how it's best to adapt to those policies, because they're unavoidable. And I'd like to end this introductory presentation with the results of the whole process, the project. What have we delivered? We've delivered 7 national reports, a practical manual for improving, enhancing workers' participation in agriculture. And I think that this is a pioneer achievement in this field, as we do not have such materials that would concern specifically the agricultural sector. We've also created an e-learning platform. It's interactive and it covers similar topics that are there in the manual, but here it's more interactive, it's practical. You can solve a quiz, a test, you can check your knowledge, what you know on the subject. We also had 7 national workshops, or we might call them roundtables. Right now, we're having the international webinar. And there were many other materials, such as podcasts, articles, etc. As you can see, we've created quite a lot. And a lot of this was done by you when you researched the field in your countries. Very often it was difficult. You needed to reach out to the right people, to find the right people to interview so that we get the answers that we were looking for. So I congratulate you all. I think that you did a marvelous job and a very important one. The results that we have now, we compared them, of course, and created recommendations. We drew conclusions that are of significance to us all, and I think that we are ending the project with a lot of good materials. Hopefully your organizations and many other trade unions or workers, employers organizations in Europe will use as a source of information, ideas, recommendations on how to proceed in the future, how to further develop workers' participation. I will end my part, my presentation now. It's 11:30. We still have around 35 minutes before our break. Now I will give the floor to my colleague from Italy. He will present his short speech, so I will pass on the microphone to him, but maybe you want to make a comment, you want to ask about something or emphasize a point. Of course, there will be time after the break to discuss the matters at hand, the social dialogue, etc. But if there's a comment that you'd like to make now, then please feel free to do so. Okay, I think there are no comments, no questions. So now, let me ask you to hold those thoughts until after the break, and then we can all share our thoughts, our reflections, comments, and remarks. And now I would like to ask my colleague Giuseppe to tell us a little bit more about social dialogue in agriculture in Italy. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the introduction I made at the beginning of our session, of our webinar, when we all greeted one another in the morning. I'll remind you very briefly the legislation in Italy, the legislation that regulates the labor relations between employers and workers. First, it's the Constitution of the Republic of Statute of workers' collective agreements, those on the national level, and then all other documents that are of lower rank, other regulations and documents, etc. Collective agreements, as we've already mentioned, they can be entered into on various levels. This can happen on the level of the whole country or on the level of a particular company. When we take a look at Italy, Italy adopted the EU directive, and we imposed on companies the obligation to inform, consult workers. This obligation concerns all companies that have more than 50 workers. So they have 50 or more workers that they employ. And this in itself, from the point of view of legislation, might be or is actually a problem, an issue, because a lot of companies in the agricultural sector in Italy are family-owned businesses, family farms, small-sized companies that usually don't have more than 50 workers. In most cases around the world, agriculture follows the rhythm of nature, the natural rhythm. And very often, employees don't have an indefinite term contract. They're very often seasonal workers with a fixed term contract. And as it happens, the number of days they work on a farm is smaller than the number of days in a season. For instance, if we have a worker hired by a company on January 1st and his contract lasts till June 30th, the 30th of June, it's not so certain that he will work on all those days from Monday to Friday. Most probably he will be working during a smaller number of days than the maximum number of days that's stipulated in the contract. In Italy, for instance, and this is a fact, a cultural fact, I'd say, something that's very characteristic of a country, and it dates way back to some ancient legislation. In Italy, there's this tendency to classify workers. We use 50, 100, and 150 labels. So there are those who work 51 days a year, those who work 101 days a year, and the rest 151 days a year. Right now in Italy, we're trying to implement this social network that has the aim to introduce the possibility for the worker to apply for a benefit, an unemployment benefit, that would take into consideration the number of days that he or she actually worked on in the preceding year. And all this causes a situation in which the worker cannot really get very much involved in all of the matters of a company because they're not very much involved with the company at all. Companies with the number of employees lower than 50, they're not, this is not then regulated by the directive. Then some of the workers work part-time, and then again, their work is not regulated by most of the regulations that are in place. But let's take a look now at the bigger companies, those that are responsible for, and they have to include workers in their processes. We have workers' representatives, and they have the obligation to take care of the interests of workers. They speak on their behalf, and they must be very well informed with regard to all policies existing in a company, and their role, and to what extent they can actually participate in the life of the company. We know and we believe that one of the problems that can arise in Italy, but I think that also in other countries this can be problematic, is getting the workforce from other countries. Very often, foreign workers are unaware of the fact that they have the right to participate in the company's activities. We, as the trade union, we're doing activities in the entire area of Italy, and we're trying to raise awareness among workers, but also employers, and also among foreign workers. They have even less rights than seasonal workers. So the work that we do, it involves a lot of our resources, time, etc. We were also present in our parliament, and we pay attention to all legislation that is produced. For instance, the regulations concerning the excess use of, especially foreign workers who are not protected in any way. They are not officially hired. They are underpaid. And well, yes, it's difficult to imagine that in such groups of workers there is participation. They don't even have an employment contract, so it's hard for them to participate as workers, as employees in the company's life and in decision-making processes. We're doing small steps forward, and hopefully this is also due to our work and involvement, the involvement of trade unions in Italy. There's quite a lot of them in Italy. They are present in the entire territory of the country. We don't have a single trade union. I'm not sure if you know how trade unions are organized in Italy, but there are a lot of sectoral trade unions, and they very often join forces and they form a confederation with trade unions from other sectors. So there are classic confederations and autonomous confederations, and we're referring to the latter here. We are the first most important autonomous confederation in Italy, and us as the agricultural part, we belong to the Confsal Confederation, with the umbrella organization gathering other sectoral organizations. And as the Confsal, we're representing workers' interests in contacts with the representatives of the parliament, the Senate, etc. And when it comes to the issues, to everything that concerns agriculture, our confederation represents usually the entire sector. We are very glad, very happy that we could participate in this wonderful experience, and I hope that for everyone else, for all my other colleagues, this was also an experience that will allow us all to introduce good practices in agriculture, and that will allow us to better protect the weakest part of the agricultural sector, and these are the workers themselves. Very often we find that in Italy, these are workers that encounter more difficulties than workers in other sectors. Or, for instance, workers in the industrial sector. And this work on the European level will hopefully bring a lot of benefits to us all. I hope that this will allow us to share various experiences, to suggest what can still be done, how we can intervene in terms of legislation, and hopefully we'll manage to better protect workers in agriculture. This is something that we've always had on mind, and we've kept repeating this, that it's very much needed. This limit of 50 workers, 50 employees, this must be lowered, as this would, in fact, allow everyone to make employers inform their workers about everything that has an influence on their lives and on the functioning of the company.
Everybody who gives advantage from the revenues or the work in the company can be involved. I don't know if I used up all my time slot. Can I continue? Yes, you still have a few minutes.
Va bene, allora diciamo che a questo punto vi ringrazio ancora una volta per la vostra disponibilità nell'ascolto. Spero di essere stato abbastanza... Non so cosa succede, sento una voce sotto.
Rosario. German, we are listening the Croatian translation, Serbian translation. While Rosario is speaking, we listen.
Okay, let's keep.
A questo punto vi saluto ancora, spero di essere stato chiaro. Se dovessero esserci da parte vostra delle osservazioni in ordine a quello che ho detto, rimango chiaramente a vostra completa disposizione. Grazie.
Ok, hvala kolegi Giuseppeu na ovom pregledu stanja.
At this short review, Giuseppe presented his Italian experience, and we have 20 minutes, so I will move to the next item of our agenda. I will show my screen.
Dakle, ovdje smo zamislili nešto malo.
So here we have been thinking that we can discuss the general situation and some future prospects concerning the social dialogue in agriculture. We have already said quite a lot, but I would like to present some of my comments which would be some impulse for discussion. So we have established in our research that there are some general data on the importance of this sector. There are around 10 million workers employed in agriculture, the agricultural sectors at the EU level. These are 1.4% of GDP. As you can see on the graphics on the graph, the situation is different in different countries, especially in the new EU members or candidate countries like Serbia or North Macedonia. This is much a bigger part, much a bigger share in the GDP. In Spain, Although the size of this sector or the number of employees varies substantially in various countries, they all have one thing in common, and this is the fact that everybody thinks that the agricultural sector is strategically important for all countries. So all countries think how to make sure that they have enough food. And also the cycles related to the climate and the climate changes and the technological changes. It is also important. And it also causes some challenges. And on the other hand, the EU activities for the sustainable development as the common agricultural policy is one of the most important EU policies. As much as 1/3 of the EU budget goes to the CAP. In most countries, we have small family-owned farms in agriculture, but also large companies, large national or multinational companies, which are also present in this sector, impact the working conditions. 90% of workers are farm owners or their family members. And there are also many precarious workers, especially seasonal workers. And we have not mentioned yet today that we have very specific conditions depending on the product, on what is produced and where is its work. But it is usually hard physical work, seasonal. It depends on also mechanization degree of a specific economy. And we also have differences in individual countries. It depends on automation of processes. There are really huge differences between the countries. We all know that there are some machines. There is machinery that we can have a farm with hundreds of cows and just 2 people because there are machines, for instance, for milking cows or for cleaning and so on. And on the other hand, so we can have a small farm where we need 50 people in a small farm because there is no machinery. We need to be also aware that the agricultural sector is a sector with many labor accidents and many occupational diseases because it is hard physical work outside, work with machinery. And sometimes we forget that we also work with chemicals and people are exposed to these chemicals. As regard to the social dialogue in agriculture, we have observed that in all countries we have trade unions or employers' organizations, but when we compare it with other sectors, especially with industry, for agriculture, we have also other organizations which are more important, various associations of farmers, cooperatives. So we have more actors which are included in this process than in the industrial sector. We have said that we have a low unionization level and also a very low level. We do not have exact data, but we have a much lower level of collective agreements. We have sectoral collective agreements, which quite often cover all employees. This is the case in Slovenia and in Italy. In Spain, there is this regional collective agreement, but they also discuss and negotiate national collective agreement. In other countries, we have collective agreements. Very little number of employees in other countries is covered by collective agreements in agriculture. And now we need to think about the social dialogue. So let's have a look at a few issues at the EU level. So there is some sectoral council which deals with agriculture. At the EU level, we have these working groups which are federalized. We do not have collective negotiations, but there are some common declarations or some initiatives which are important for agriculture. We have two social partners in the agricultural sector. One is the European Federation of Food, Agriculture and Tourism Trade Unions, EFFAT, and the other is the Employers Group of Professional Agricultural Organizations. And what do they do now? What is a plan for 2023-2024? So we have another issues, the social dimension of the CIP, shortage of labor and skills mismatches, undeclared work or work on the block, health and safety at workplace, mobility in Europe, and social protection. This is related also to insurance, health insurance, and transfer of health insurance between the countries, and general strengthening the role of social partners and the effects of COVID-19. And also these issues show some specific aspects and challenges of this sector. These are quite often precarious and unstable work conditions. We did not mention there's no climate changes in this agenda, which is not a good sign. But the last text concerning these social partners, which was presented last year, concerned this climate change. It was a common declaration saying that we have extreme weather conditions and their impact on the environment. And this declaration appeals that we should jointly, as the social partners, work on this climate changes effect on the agriculture. And here, just to conclude and to summarize this social dialogue in the agricultural sector, we have too low unionization in this sector. But we also have a sector where the employers compete with each other. And this causes that we need to collectively negotiate. But looking at this from the historic point of view, this collective labor agreement occur in these areas where the employers compete either for employees or in other aspects. And here the employers set their common standards of labor and compensation so that there is no unproductive competition. And here we can say that, for instance, the sectors which do not have this competition, it is, for instance, heavy industry. And here there are no defined common standards of labor. Then the next aspect is the EU directive on adequate minimum wages, and this will concern many member states, and this will influence collective negotiations. So I think that here this will concern also Italy. We have high coverage with collective agreements. And I think that also there are some discussions in some countries with social partners. And the third issue, which I would like to mention, this is the growing awareness of employees and employers of climate change. We cannot ignore it anymore. And it should be an impulse for the social dialogue, both on the trade union sides and the employers. And a few issues or questions for discussions. For that, I would like to hear your opinions. So what are the prospects for strengthening the social dialogue and collective bargaining in agriculture in your countries? And are there any innovative trade union strategies in organizing agricultural workers? And what could further motivate employers and their organizations for more commitment in social dialogue and collective bargaining in agriculture? And are there any topics related to the climate change and the Green Deal? And are there any collective bargaining about this matter? We will talk about it after the break. We still have 10 minutes to the break, and I would like to invite you for some discussion to share your thoughts on these perspectives and opportunities or other threats related to the future of the social dialogue.
Ако може аз да се включам. Добър ден от мене. Първо да се извинам.
Good morning. Welcome all.
Присутни на овој онлайн состанок. Во Македонија е Велигденска недела, значи одмори се. На празникот беше во неделата.
I'd like to apologize for not joining in earlier, but I had things to take care of. I haven't managed to prepare all the material, but I have a general report prepared. And now, in brief, I'd like to just mention that problems in Macedonia are similar, like in other countries, especially the small ones, because we are a small country as well. Our main problem is that we have a lot of small agricultural farms, agricultural companies, that do not have spectacular results. 80% of usable land and animal farming is in the hands of small agricultures and small farmers. In the past couple of years, the degree of the degree to which agricultural production is viable, it fell by a dozen or so percent. The level of mechanization is also lower. There's less investment in new technologies. There's also not much awareness of the workers' rights. And when it comes to trade union organizations in agriculture, the degree of unionization is quite low, and we're working on reaching out to many of those small family-owned companies, farms. We're also working on changing the legal framework and implementing EU directives that relate to that. We're also working on this as trade unions, but of course our possibilities, what we can do is quite limited. The EU financing that amounts to around 150 million euro a year, they're not properly used, properly invested. The spending, according to us, trade unions, the spending is not always good. Sometimes the money is badly spent, I have to admit, and we're left with an older generation here in the sector. Younger generations, younger workers move away from the sector, and the older workers do not have the skills, the competences, especially digital competences. As the young do, they very often a step behind the younger generation. So it's hard to modernize the agriculture sector. And I'd also like to touch upon the economic situation. As we're talking about the economic situation in agriculture, we're talking about the VAT, but we're not discussing administrative matters enough. And I think that it causes a lot of problems to us, and we as the trade union, we're trying to monitor those issues, the source of the problem, and all difficulties, the difficulties that make it impossible for the sector to develop further. In Macedonia, we're observing workers who, well, they're not very often in the field. The employers are far away from the workers and far away from reality, I'd say. They don't have as much contact with their agricultural workers as we'd like them to have. We're also struggling with bureaucracy and poor legislation. The legislation doesn't allow for greater participation of agricultural workers in trade union organizations, and they're not, the workers are not aware of their rights. In 2017, a project ended in Macedonia. This was a project that was based on, drew from support from the EU, and it concerned irrigation of agricultural land, pastures, and we assessed it as it wasn't successful, and we determined that both sides are to blame, so both the EU administration and our local administration here in Macedonia. We would like to invite to cooperate with us, to invite people working in agriculture. We'd like to ask them to become more involved, in the work of trade unions, and we'd also like to see more student participation. We'd like students to take up work in this difficult sector. Yes, it requires a lot of hard physical work, so it's unpopular among young people. And the state administration, various national bodies that could become more involved in all this and that could make the lives of agricultural workers easier, they're still not getting involved. So this is our appeal. This is our call to action. And we're really counting on the help of the EU, but we'd also like to see that the money we already get is spent in a better way, because it's often spent on purely theoretical projects that are often connected with the European Green Deal, but then they cannot be practically applied to our difficult situation here in Macedonia. Thank you.
Okay, hvala.
Thank you. And does anyone have anything else to say? Do you want to speak? Any comments, thoughts on social dialogue, on the current state of play, on the future of social dialogue in agriculture?
Okay, ako nemamo za sada, onda ne bi više duljio.
If not, or not now, then I won't keep you here anymore. It's noon, and I said that we would have a break at noon, 30 minutes, and then I'll see you at 12:30. If you have any more thoughts, we'll discuss the topic more at length, and if not, then we'll move on to discussing the European Green Deal and climate change. Thank you, and see you in half an hour.
Dobro, pretpostavljam da je sve u redu i da nam prijevod...
Assume that everything is okay and the interpretation is on, so we can continue our program.
Ako neko ima još želje nešto...
So if anybody would like to comment
socijalnog dijaloga, kao što sam rekao, možemo još...
this general condition of the social dialogue, we can extend our talks.
Kolegica Sonja iz Slovenije se javlja za riječ, izvolite.
And our colleague Sonja from Slovenia. Good morning. Good morning. I would like to comment on something very shortly. Just a very short comment. Basically, I feel responsible. I'd like to thank for this project so that we together could research, could investigate the current condition of agriculture. I thought that in new EU countries, we are not as well organized in agriculture as other countries. As regards as unionization, and because many people work in this area in the EU, maybe we can change the legislation about labor, and this would contribute to inclusion of employees in the trade union activities. As we know, there is quite a lot of misinformation of employees in the agricultural sector. And this is my proposal, how to look for possible or potential solutions to increase the unionization of employees in the agriculture. In the situation where we have more people employed in small family-owned farms than in the large corporations. Thank you.
Okay, hvala. Sonja, na ovom...
Okay, thank you, Sonia, for your comment.
Okay, kolega iz Poljske se javio za...
Anybody else? Our colleague from Poland.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Nazywam się Grzegorz Wysocki. Jestem partnerem w projekcie właśnie ze strony Polski. I również
and also I'm taking the floor instead of our expert from Poland, Ms. Grażyna Bandurska, because she apologizes because now she lectures at the university in Warsaw and she cannot take part in our meeting. She cannot attend our meeting. So I would like to refer to your observations as regards the dialogue in the Polish agricultural sector and generally to what other people said. Poland is a specific country because as the only country in the previous communist bloc, except maybe of the Czechoslovakia, we had individual farms after 1945. But I would like also to add that the union trade union movement in the Polish agriculture started in 1918, where Poland regained its independence after 120 years of partitions. And the first trade union was established in September 2018. And this continued the trade union of laborers of agriculture in Poland. The Polish agricultural sector is specific, and I think that more than 90% of farms are individual family-owned farms. And we have about 1,000 companies, agricultural companies, where we can observe and analyze various forms of social dialogue in these companies. And I would like to mention that in individual farming, and although about 10% of our population makes a living on agriculture, at least they declare it, but not all of them work in farms. We estimate that it's about 4.8 to 5% of the Polish population work in agricultural production. In Poland, the agricultural sector generates about 2.5% of GDP, which is not a large result, but Poland produces agricultural products like potatoes, beetroots, fruits, soft fruits, milk. So we can boast it, but we should look at our social dialogue in this sector. As regards individual farmers, in some way they are grouped, they are unionized. There is a trade union of individual farmers, but I call them so-called combat unions. We had a situation quite recently when there was an attempt to introduce the Green Deal in Poland or some other activities related to it. And in the whole Europe and also in Poland, we had unrest and violent protests of individual farmers, of these unions of individual farmers. They protested very loudly against the EU intents and the intents of our government. As regards to the status of the social dialogue in agricultural companies, I can tell more about it because my union is based mostly on company trade unions, which exist in agricultural companies nationwide, and in both state-owned companies and commercial companies, even with foreign capital. And I would say that we do not have so many, the unionization level is not so high. We do not have so many company union organizations, but if they are, at least from my point of view, I can confirm that this dialogue, social dialogue exists. There is collaboration of this company organization of employers with the employees with the employers, and there is a mutual support. So maybe it's not a model approach to social dialogue in the agricultural sector, but there are many positive factors, and in fact, in many cases, employees positively impact the situation of their workplace, including financial situation, because they participate in managing a company. But there is some small doubt. As in 2011, very negative and not standard legal provisions concerning land lease were implemented, and this land belonged, or this concerned the land which belonged to the state, because most of this company leases land from the state. It can happen that in the next 5 years, half of this company will can bankrupt, because based on this legislation, the state will terminate the lease agreements, and first these companies will naturally bankrupt because they cannot produce. There is no agricultural production without land, and we estimate that about 20,000 people can lose their jobs. We try to combat this effect. We try to negotiate. We try to bargain with our government, with the Ministry of Agriculture, some changes in our legislation, but it is very difficult, especially that recently in Poland we had a change of the government. There's quite a different political option, and we hope that the new government will that we can speak with someone in this new government, and then we will save these jobs. And also, these agricultural companies produce about half of the agricultural production, even though they have only 10% of arable land in Poland. And it would be a shame, because these companies, this is really a very good agriculture 4.0, very specialist production, very modern production. And instead of being proud of this, we have to protect these companies from going bankrupt. Thank you.
Hvala. Vidim da se kolega Marko iz Slovenije javio za riječ. Izvoli, Marko.
So please, Marko.
Ja, hvala. Darko,
Thank you.
nisem te slišal, tako da nisem vedel, kaj naj naredim. Ja, hvala.
Sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't know that I could speak. So I would like to add to what Sonia said about this small size of farms in this sector, where we have many small family-owned farms.
Od 2018 v zakonu o kmetijstvu uvedba začasnega občasnega dela v kmetijstvu.
Sorry, someone is disturbing. The biggest obstacle in the sector is the possibility, which was introduced in 2018, of temporary seasonal work. Of 2008,
ne pogodbo za zaposliti, ampak civilno pogodbo civilnega prava ali pogodbo o delu.
The agreement between the owner and an employer. Now, in Slovenia, it is possible to conclude a civil law agreement. So the possibilities of hiring workforce are limited. It can be only for 90 days during a year. From 90 to 120 days, work in agriculture can be performed in this way, which makes our work difficult. Our work in organization in the agricultural sector, we have hired workforce, which are not permanently employed. They can only work during 90 days. They are insured and they are considered employed, but they have this restriction up to 90 days of work. This causes additional challenges for the people who organize work in the agricultural sector, also as regards information of the people who do not have their representatives in trade unions. And many of these workers come from abroad, which makes the situation even more complicated. And also it makes more difficult to organize them and to include them in the existing organizations. Thank you.
Hvala, Marko.
Thank you, Marko. Anyone else would like to take the floor at the moment?
Ok, ako nema, onda ćemo prijeći dalje.
Se possibile intervenire.
Može kolega Giuseppe iz Italije?
Ok, Giuseppe from Italy.
Sì, grazie Darko. Grazie a
Thank
tutti.
you, Darko.
Solo aggiungere un aspetto.
I would like to add just one observation as regards the subject we were discussing, Italy, the social dialogue in Italy. As we have said, and it was included in our report, as regards information and participation in the agricultural sector, this social dialogue at the moment is not very developed because of many problems which appear on the way, which have already been presented by our colleagues. In particular, due to this language barrier, the fragmentation of the market, it doesn't help in the development of social dialogue. And I would like to emphasize that perhaps it would be good, and we all would benefit from this, as we do not have this well-developed social dialogue. Maybe it would be good to intervene by law at the national level, or maybe even at the EU level, so that conditions for a better development of the social dialogue are created. So this intervention at the legislation level does not need to expect any sanctions or punishments for companies which do not want to develop this social dialogue. That could be a kind of promotion or incentive intervention which would give some awards to companies of private owners who succeed in the developing of the social dialogue. For instance, there could be some manner of operation that would give some tax reliefs or some financial incentives for all private owners or all entities which pursue and develop real, actual social dialogue with their employees as regards of labor relationships. This may not be kind of a stick, that would be more a carrot. It would be beneficial to companies, and in the future this could contribute to a better development of the social dialogue, especially in the countries like Italy, where it is really difficult to achieve this social dialogue in the agricultural sector and to achieve any results.
Hvala. Da, to je naravno jedna logična ideja da se razmišlja
Yes, this is logical, of course. We need to think about incentives, maybe even we can call it prizes, for those employers who take care of social dialogue. And we've discussed it in the past months in relation to the directive on minimal wages. This is something that concerns Croatia in particular. We'll need to adopt an action plan when it comes to collective agreements. The idea sparked a discussion among trade unions themselves, and part of the trade unions considered this a good idea, but we also have trade unions that were somehow offended by this, and they adopted this strong position, and they said that social dialogue should be something normal, and you shouldn't get prizes for that. It's just a regular part of business. Of course, I won't be the judge of this, of the whole dispute. I think that this is the right direction when going forward. We should think about incentives. Anyone else? I have to wait a bit longer, perhaps, so that you hear the interpretation and then you make up your mind whether you want to take the floor or not.
Jaz ne slišim, a lahko jaz zdaj govorim? Okay. Ja, glede na to, da mi je
Maybe I'll speak now, if that's okay. Both Giuseppe and Darko inspired me with their suggestions, their proposals, and I'd like to add on to that. If we pay attention to the fact that there are more and more foreign workers in agriculture, also third country nationals, also in Slovenia, and I think we could think about some measures that would make it easier for employers to employ those foreign workers, and at the same time, methods that would allow them, the workers, to participate in social dialogue. So maybe we could introduce some solutions in companies, on the level of companies, so that social dialogue concerns and includes also third country nationals, so foreign workers. It would be great if we could make it possible for companies to employ those workers. I think this is an idea we could develop further. In Slovenia, at least 2/3 of seasonal workers in agriculture, hired workers, come from abroad. And that's it from me. Thank you. This is a very important issue. Yes, thank you, Marko. I will take this opportunity to comment on this idea, and perhaps I'll throw in the Croatian context. In the past couple of years, we witnessed a very dramatic change. To many of you, this is nothing new. In Slovenia, Italy, Spain, you all saw the great numbers of workers that come from abroad. But in our case, this happened in a very short time span. A couple of years ago, we just had a couple of thousand workers from abroad, and they worked in very specific fields. Before that, 35 years ago, the unemployment rates were very high. So in Croatia, workers are actually quite used to the situation, the unemployment being high. They need to look for workers from abroad. And if you don't want, they say to them very often, if you don't want to work and get the minimal wage for your work, then there's 10 other people willing to do that. But in the past couple of years, the situation changed. And in the past 7 years, a lot of workers, 7% workers come from abroad, and these are third country nationals. Half of them are workers from the region. And by this, I mean the former Yugoslavia countries. And then there's 1/3 that comes from Nepal, the Philippines, Thailand, etc. And this changed quite recently. Before that, they weren't visible, and now we can see them everywhere in the shop or the street. And this number, as forecasted, this number will quite possibly reach 500,000 workers in the next year or 2 years. And they will become 1/4 of workers in agriculture in general. So a lot of Croatian workers went west when the markets were opened. And what I heard from experts was no country in Europe experienced such a big change in such short time like Croatia did. In other countries, it started perhaps in the 1960s, so we had a long time to get used to that. In our case, this was very sudden, and we need to think more on this, about what it means for the labor market, for trade unions. It's very important that we do everything in our power to integrate those workers in the market. We need to think of their representation in trade unions. That's, of course, in their interest, but it's, of course, also in the interest of our workers. That's the challenge that we're facing in Croatia. Having said that, I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time to speak about my country, so let's move on. And the next item on the agenda is the role of workers in building a socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable and resilient European agriculture. My colleague from Poland already mentioned the protests of Polish agricultures. This was just 2 months ago, the beginning of March. Poland witnessed big protests of agricultures. They protested against the European Green Deal because the Polish workers believe that the Green Deal goes against their interest and it jeopardizes their workplaces and their jobs and income. And this is also related to the free market, the free flow of products, import from Ukraine, the import that would influence the prices on the market. Up till today, the market was protected from such fluctuations coming from countries that are not members of the EU. Then we've got climate change, green transition, things that we cannot possibly avoid. And well, I believe there is no point in discussing whether this could be better. This is just a topic that we have to take on today already, and we need to face all challenges connected with it in the upcoming years. It's also in the interest of the employers. Let's move on from legislation and focus on including workers in what is happening right now. I'm launching once again my presentation as I'd like to introduce you to the topic and give you an impulse to further discussion, encourage this discussion, and I hope that you will share with us your comments and thoughts on the subject. So to remind you, at the beginning, I'd like to just mention that the European Green Deal was introduced by the EU in 2020 after years of preparations and discussions. This is a collection of policy initiatives with the aim of making Europe, by 2050, the first climate neutral continent. So a continent that doesn't produce more greenhouse gases that it can absorb, so that it doesn't pollute the environment. We all know what our reality looks like when it comes to the state of the environment. The European Green Deal includes a plan to review all existing legislation in the EU with regard to the climate merits, because of course there are many regulations, legal regulations that are not closely connected to the environment. They're not about environment, but they influence the environment. And this wasn't the topic of discussions for a long time, and now we need to change that. Then there's also the plan to introduce new legislation on circular economy. This also concerns agriculture and innovation in general. The EU is preparing, it's a form of help, support, a financial instrument that is called Just Transition Mechanism. And in the upcoming budget period, you know that the EU is planning its budget 7 years ahead. In the upcoming period, this will be 100 billion euro. This is the amount that will be spent for this purpose. And this includes various financial tools with the aim to support countries or regions with more workers in coal sector, and kerosene. And this is also to help those countries that have higher greenhouse gas emissions. So they, of course, have to do more work to bring those numbers down. The European Green Deal is discussed at length. It's omnipresent right now, but it's unavoidable. It's very often criticized from all sides. On the one hand, the organizations that want to protect the environment and the green parties, the various green groups, they think that it's not ambitious enough. We're supposed to cut greenhouse gas emissions by half by 2030, and some organizations and scientists say that's not enough to stop global warming or to bring it to a level at which we can still deal with. The European Green Deal is also criticized because, according to many, it will have a negative influence on the EU economy. So it's not just that the purposes of the Green Deal are questioned, but the methods used to achieve them. And there's also the third line of criticism, let's put it that way. The EU is often criticized because the implementation of the plan, and as you've seen, it's a very complex mechanism. There's a lot that's included in the initiative. They're often criticized because the implementation of the Green Deal seems insufficient, not transparent enough. The public opinion doesn't know the details, the expected results, and so on and so forth. When it comes to the future of EU agriculture, we have to say that that's the only major sector in the world which really reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 20% in the past years. However, it is still one of the main drivers of climate change in Europe. 10% of EU greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture in Europe. And the technologies and techniques used in agriculture, whether it's about cereals or animal farming, they often have a negative impact on the environment, and they use up our resources.
So agriculture is a very important component of the Green Deal, and we have this strategy from farm to fork, where we attempt to deal with production of food from specific farms, to create a production system, or a system of food production which would be sustainable economically and environmentally sustainable, and would be resilient to any future crisis. So the European agriculture by 2030 should produce 1/4 of 25% of its products in organic manner, without pesticides, without chemicals. It should reduce use of pesticides by 50% and fertilizers by 20% by 2030, and it should reduce food waste by 50% by 2030. So this is not a very distant future, it's just the next 6 years. So these are very challenging goals, and to implement them and not to cause more social unrest and protests that we have already had, so that it is socially responsible and fair, we need very quickly introduce many measures, very specific measures for financial aid for all producers and employees and all regions which will be affected, and which will have to carry this burden, which will not be small. And we will have to find methods to produce food. So certainly we will need a lot of investments and many reskilling of people to obtain new skills, new knowledge, and finally a change in our consumers' habits. Because this is what we know, we've known for long the method of the way of our life in Europe. Of course, we have some richer countries which consume more, and other countries which consume less. But everybody in Europe, we all in Europe live in a way which in the long term is not sustainable. If everybody in the world lives the same way, and everybody would like to live like Europeans, we would have no solution. We would not be able to save our planet in terms of environment. As we already talked about the effect of climate changes on the work conditions in agriculture, we can say that agricultural workers belong to a few sectors which are most affected by climatic changes. There is no other sectors like construction workers combat extreme heat, but for agriculture it's very strong, and it's not just the heat which causes lots of diseases, but these are extreme working conditions, but also droughts, terrible rainfalls, which this extreme weather, which rainfalls which cannot be absorbed by our sewage systems, and all this affects the health of workers, and the risks to health of employees have increased because of this exposure to high temperatures, air, chemicals, and so on. And this all causes a series of diseases, and therefore there is the need for the agriculture to become more flexible, to adjust to the climate changes, to the changes in the working conditions, but also to adjust to the Green Deal requirements, which will increase the need to adjust the workers. We have known that most of employees have lower education, and it is a challenge for us. It will be a challenge for us. It is even much more serious challenge than in other sectors. Employees in the metallurgical sector can adjust to work with more advanced machinery, but in the agricultural sector, we have people who have never worked with any machinery, and they will have to start working with a much more demanding machinery. And another problem is that agriculture is a sector with a high share of so-called brown jobs. And these are jobs which have higher environmental impact, and they pollute the environment quite heavily. So we need to change it so that these brown jobs become climatically neutral. These are not black jobs, they are brown jobs. This has some future, but with quite a lot of changes. And as we have already mentioned, this is this green transformation or Green Deal. This is what we want to achieve and what is going on now. This must be socially fair, and this concerns two dimensions. Or two areas. So first, we need to stop. We will not be able to stop using fossil fuels at one day, and also this adjustment to all activities of the European Union, and so on. And here we have all these activities, but we will have much more and much more financial support, which will protect these employees and these actions which can disappear or can be changed in the future. And we all must know that unless we perform these actions, the Green Deal for sure will have very strong regressive consequences, which means this is the situation where if the state does nothing and they only set the environmental goals and the reduction of greenhouse gases, what will happen? The biggest companies and the biggest players will be most flexible, and they will be able to adjust because they have the means. And all poor people, weak people who are underpaid, they will have the lowest ability to adjust. So their situation will be even worse, and also our society will be more stratified. And what is paradoxically unfair, the poorest are the least responsible for the state of our environment. So they leave the lowest carbon footprint. And here, the biggest environmental impact is from the richest because they can travel and so on and so on. So we should manage this Green Deal and this green transformation. As regards of the role of workers in the European Green Deal, it is also about including workers in design and implementation of these policies and measures at the level of individual companies. Because it's about their lives, their working conditions. And as I have already mentioned, the workers have the potential to have this positive contribution, to give this positive contribution to these changes. And we need their support. If they are against the changes, it will be difficult to implement these measures. If small farmers are against it, or if they are, and only informed workers can feel this transformation as their transformation, and they can contribute to it. And a few examples from individual countries, which we have found in our research. First, in Spain, we have a fair of social partners, or the concern that this Green Deal can jeopardize their profits or revenues. And here we showed that it was a good idea. That it is something that can enable Poland to be included in these activities. And we have also mentioned the awareness that the climate changes affect the agriculture, but still it is not the subject of the social dialogue. Also in Poland, consulting with, informing and consulting the employees, yes, we do have it, but it's not, people are not really interested in this. So we have heard that employees are more and more aware, and the trade unions are more and more aware of the climate changes. But some employers are concerned about this adjustment. So we have some underused potential of workers' participations, and we all, as social partners, as the governments and the EU, we all should think and work on it to include workers into these processes and to use their potential, to have their contribution into this Green Deal and transformation.
And when it comes to trends in employment, the number of workers employed in agriculture decreases. And from 2012 to 2018, this was a drop by 30%. And this is a drop in production, mechanization. This will continue, but at a slower pace, I think. We have used the limit to decrease the number of workers already. And slowly the number of large producers and companies grows, and that's because some of those companies find it easier to implement the Green Deal and easier to compete on the global market. As a consequence, the number of workers will grow in this area, and we'll have more workers that are employed, that have an employment contract, and these won't be members of the farm owner family. And those big companies, big producers will function, will operate better in this particular environment, in this climate. And just to end with, 3 simple scenarios. This is very simplified, of course, but I hope that it can be useful. Scenario 1, business as usual. Everything stays the same. Workers' participation in agriculture remains poorly developed. The potential is unused. The potential that the workers have, potential to help companies create better working conditions, also will experience further deterioration of working conditions due to low wages, climate change, and of course the work in agriculture is getting less and less attractive. It has less and less appeal. In addition to that, there are additional workers coming from outside of the EU, and it's hard to integrate them in our societies. Now, scenario 2, the improvement of certain practices, as well, the social partners, the governments, the EU are trying to do what we're doing here within the project, as part of the project. So we're developing the information, consultation, participation practices in agriculture. The EU introduces mechanisms for exactly that, and even in small companies, on small farms, we're introducing these participation mechanisms. This can be done informally. And we're in a situation in which workers' participation supports climate and technological transition. Working conditions in agriculture are gradually improving. Work in agriculture becomes more desirable, especially for workers from inside the countries. Now, scenario 3. The third one is about worsening of workers' participation practices. It's a scenario in which we have less companies that include workers in participation processes. Workers' situation deteriorates, they're getting older, it's more difficult for them to introduce any changes whatsoever, and in the end, Europe fails to meet its climate change aims. It becomes more and more reliant on food import. So the geopolitical situation of Europe deteriorates. And now for some concluding remarks, summing up what we have already said, it's quite evident that Europe needs workers who are satisfied with their jobs and motivated to support the European Green Deal and the EU climate change policy. This is a precondition for European agriculture to achieve its goals when it comes to the protection of the environment. For this to happen, then everyone, all stakeholders, need to take action. We're starting with small steps. And each company which improves the working conditions, introduces workers' participation, is a valuable contribution. And what's a critical issue here in this context is finding concrete topics for which there's mutual interest for exchange of views between workers and employers.
Učinci klimatskih promjena, vidimo ih svi svaki dan, osjećamo ih na svojoj koži, ali još uvijek se nekako borimo s tim kako da to pretvorimo u konkretne teme socijalnog dijaloga.
In a way, we're still fighting, we're still trying hard to introduce social dialogue in this area. And we shouldn't only discuss wages or working time. I think we need a more open, broader approach here. We need a little bit of freshness intellectually so that we can discuss new topics as well. Now we have some more questions for discussion, and there is still time for discussion. And one of the questions is this: is the potential of the European Green Deal and its rules properly understood by social partners? What can social partners do to enhance workers' participation in agriculture? How we can use the results, outputs of the project? And yet another question: will there be changes in our organizations? What should be the role of particular member states and the EU as a whole, so that particular regulations and policies support workers' participation in agriculture? these are the topics I'd like to talk to you about, I'd like to discuss. So now's the time to invite you to comment, to present your ideas, and maybe this will open up new areas, new topics for discussion that haven't yet been discussed here.
Lep pozdrav vsem, če smem. Bi mogoče jaz ta zadnja razmišljanja sicer zelo v kratkem želela dopolniti samo tudi z razmišljanjem o
I'd like to share with you my thoughts on processing of food in the future, because I think that social dialogue has at its base precisely that. And the European Green Deal includes a lot of elements. As we all know, Italy already tried to adopt the legislation that would prevent laboratory-produced food. This was unsuccessful, it failed. However, we know as a fact that both the social, economical, and the demographic conditions that determine the production of food in the future influence, to a great extent, social dialogue. I think that it would make a lot of sense to take a look at this situation. Thank you.
Evo, ja ću još malo strpljivo pričekati, jer kao što sam rekao, svjestan sam.
So now I will wait a while, because I know that it takes some time before you include. You need to think, to decide to speak. So we will wait a while. Maybe someone would like to speak, to share their thoughts.
Aha, imamo kolega Jose Antonio iz Španjolske se javlja.
Good, Jose Antonio from Spain. Can you hear me? Yes, it seems you can hear me. So I would like to ask a question. I'd like to ask about this research. Has anybody checked during this research what would be the effect of reduction of greenhouse gases on the environment if in Europe we had 100% success of Green Deal? Why am I asking? This is because some research shows that if we succeed in Green Deal, we would reduce the pollution of the air in the world by only 2%, because other countries such as China, Canada, India, Mexico, the US, all Central and South American countries, they would stick to their current policies and they would not change anything. And if this is the truth, that even if we implement this whole European Green Deal, we demand really huge challenges from us, and we would risk poverty and lack of food. And if we are short of food, we have to compensate by export from other countries which do not have the same rules as regards of pesticides or fertilizers and so all rules which are mandatory in the EU. So if in the EU we are short of our own food, we would have to export it from other countries. And consequently, let's remember, the atmosphere belongs to all countries, so the environmental situation would be the same, exactly the same as we have now. Maybe it would be better by 2%, which is next to nothing. And we hear lots of comments of negationist people who negate the climate changes on the one hand, but on the other hand, there's lots of research concerning the level of pollution and the impact of this pollution from Europe and America and so on. That's why I'm asking this question. Do we have any credible research? And what would happen if this European Green Deal is implemented in 100%? Because even if it is successful, the climate situation would not would hardly improve, and the EU would be dependent on other countries which do not observe these environmental rules. And if this is the truth, we are facing a very serious problem. So, as I have mentioned, the problem with access to food, with availability of food, and we would have a problem with poverty. Thank you. Thank you very much for this comment and this question. Our colleague from Slovenia would like to take the floor.
Ja, hvala. Prav zaradi zadnjega predstavitve gospoda iz Španije, mogoče nisem bila.
Yes, because of this last speech of our colleague from Spain, I would like to add something. Maybe I was misunderstood before. So it's illogical to think about exporting food from the non-EU countries because they are short of food. These countries have food shortages, and many items which are included in our project shows, for instance, that during the coronavirus pandemic, the production of food did not change, but the pollution of air was much lower because we had lower transport. We had less transport. And by adjusting to more and more organic food production, we would also counteract the laboratory production of food, because food is a source of life. And I think it's worth talking about these problems and the requirements are connected to the fulfillment of the European Green Deal in the context of providing availability of food in Europe. In the context of agreement with the US concerning provision of food. Thank you.
Hvala. Evo, pričekat ću još malo da vidim imamo li još.
Thank you very much. And wait a while, maybe somebody else would like to take the floor. Maybe there are some other questions or comments.
Da, u svakom slučaju ovo o čemu je govorio kolega Jose Antonio su važna i...
Jose Antonio told us a very important thing. These are very difficult and very important questions. I didn't know that someone tried to calculate this. But here we have a problem or a curse of all our global civilizations. How can we cope with the climate changes? Of course, Europe cannot solve this problem alone. And we can see from decades some attempts which are usually not sufficient, not optimistic, so that the countries on the global level can reach an agreement as regards the climate changes. From the beginning of my awareness, I have started from the beginning of the 90s, I started tracking it. There were more about it in the 90s in the public opinion. And now we have the situation that we have countries which huge greenhouse gases emission. They do not want to accept these climate objectives. And the question is, what can we achieve in Europe alone? But the other countries also have their arguments. They say that we are at a higher development level because for 200 years we polluted the environment. We used coal, and now they have the right to use coal and to develop for some time until they reach our level. Even though we know that if China or India or Brazil burn as much of coal as we did during the last 20 years, there's no help for our planet. And these are very valid questions, and we need to consider them. I do not have any wise answer to this question. The issue of food production, we have started talking about it. And I have told you that the materials which we consume in Europe, it's not possible to live this way. We use 3 to 10 times more energy sources than it's possible for the planet to survive. And I think there are some vegetarians among us, but if we calculate, if we count the amount of meat which we all eat, on average person, average meat consumption per capita per year, we would reach a number which is not possible. The humankind cannot operate like this anymore. Either organically or non-organically, it's not possible to produce this amount of meat for everybody, so that everybody in the world functions this way. So this is something we are told by scientists. We've been told from scientists for many years that this climate transformation, so it cannot be just replacing combustion cars with electric cars. We need to change our way of living, our consumptions, and it is difficult to change. We all know that there is this risk that the poorest will pay the whole price for this change and do not have any ready solution. And I would like to conclude with something more optimistic. But it's difficult to find anything optimistic. We cannot run away from this issue as the society and our private ideas. Well, we as the employers, the trade unions, we also cannot get away with this. So we need to find some ways to find this social dialogue to manage these changes. Now we are coming to the end. So to conclude our webinar today, I would like to use this few moments to evaluate our project. In the chat, I have our classic evaluation form, evaluation questionnaire, to which we have at the end of each event. So please fill these forms before we disconnect. But now, I also would like to ask one question to the project participants, to the project team members. You have seen the project, the effects of the project. So I will appreciate any comments, longer or shorter. Do you think that this project was beneficial for your organizations? What were the challenges which you faced? And what are the ideas for the future? What can we do different? Or maybe something new? Which didn't come to our minds during the project. So anybody who was in the project team, anybody, maybe you would like to tell a few words.
Aha, kolegica iz Španjolske se javila. Izvolite.
Our colleague from Spain, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Buenos días o buenas tardes a todos.
Good morning.
Decir que nos ha parecido un proyecto muy interesante.
I'd like to say that the project was very interesting. And in the report that we produced here in Spain, we arrived at several conclusions. One of the conclusions is that the agriculture sector is a difficult sector from the point of view of social dialogue because the workforce has low qualifications. There's also the language barrier. And there is a lot of small companies, small farms. We continue working. We work to improve the situation of social dialogue in agriculture sector. We want to improve the situation. It was a pleasure to cooperate with all of you to participate in the project, and I hope that our cooperation will continue in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, hvala puno.
Thank you. Okay.
Evo samo još jedna
And one last request. I opened the survey. It's a bit longer than usual because it's the end of the project, and that is why we need you to fill in a longer evaluation, a longer survey, so that we can use those comments in the future. I'm afraid you will have to devote a little bit more time to filling in this survey, but every answer is very much needed, very valuable to us. So I'd like to invite all partners to write just a couple of words about the project, or to say a couple of words about the project.
Okay, kolega iz Poljske, izvolite.
Our colleague from Poland, the floor is yours. And let me say a few words about the knowledge that we gained thanks to our project, as it's very useful to have these international meetings and this exchange of experiences concerning the development and continuation of social dialogue, not only in agriculture, but in this case, yes, in agriculture. I assume that it's always better to implement, for instance, here in Poland, to implement those solutions that have already worked in other countries, so that we don't make the errors that were already made. So I'm very happy to follow the developments in Spain, in Italy. I also saw the data from Croatia, and this was also very useful, as your country is developing quite rapidly, and we're very interested in seeing how you do this, how Croatia develops, especially in the context of entering the Eurozone. And just by the way, well, the Poles are friends of many people in Croatia. We go there for summer holidays, so we can see those things that you talked about with our own eyes. And I think that it would be good if we had the chance to meet internationally as part of projects or other events, so that we can exchange those experiences. This is what's very useful and very valuable in our work as trade unions. Thank you very much.
Ok, hvala. Kao što sam rekao, svako nam je ovo mišljenje I komentar nam je korisno.
Thank you. Like I've said, all opinions and remarks are very valuable to us, and I am very happy that we could spend this time together doing the project together, and it's very nice to hear that all our efforts paid off. If there's no one else who'd like to speak, then we'll end our meeting. Please fill in the evaluation survey. If you haven't done so, then you can also do it after the meeting ends. That's also okay. You have the link, so you can access the survey at any time. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you for your attention, participation. We spent a lot of time together. It wasn't always easy. Sometimes we were tired with all those online meetings. And the pandemic, well, it created this new standard, the new normal. it, of course, allows us to exchange views and experiences online, and that's valuable. That's easier very often. But once again, thank you for your patience, because I know that it's difficult, it's hard. Thank you for listening to me. I did most of the talking, so thanks again for your attention. I'm very happy to have cooperated with you for the past 2 years. I learned a lot myself, and even though this is something I follow, social dialogue, European Green Deal, workers' participation. This allowed me to gain a new perspective on the agriculture sector. And of course, I'll be very happy to see all of you, each and every one of you, in the future again. So once again, sorry, I think someone has their mic on and there is some interference. Okay. Yes, we hear Spanish now. Okay, very well. Sorry for the technical hiccup. To end a meeting, I'd like to say one more time that I hope that through the knowledge we shared, the results we produced, we'll be able to work further on the development of social dialogue, workers' participation in agriculture, and all the best to all of you in this area and in all other areas that you work in. Thank you today, and I really hope to see you once again. Thank you. Thank you and good luck.